I almost forgot to start the VOD stream. Again. I have definitely only done that once so far. But it will happen again. I guarantee it. Alright, next song. Let's switch channels. Where are we? That looks like the right one. Hi. Hello. Hello, mate. Hello, standing. Hello, lurkers und watchers. I hope you're all having a very good Thursday. Too many buttons. God, tell me about it. I've been fighting so many buttons. Oh boy. But I can't. No, honestly, no. The computer problems are not put to bed. They're not even close to put to bed. So thankfully did not have any scuff, any issues yesterday. And this is the really annoying thing, is it feels impossible to pin down the cause. It certainly doesn't seem to be pertaining to anything that I do. And I know that sounds like copium, but we played Monster Hunter Tuesday night without any issues, right? We had the really weird crash during the video editing, but we played Monster Hunter with no issues. And I played a couple hours of Star Citizen last night. 0 issues. The game was still buggy, but the computer had no trouble running it. So there was one funny thing that happened. So I did go in and I did a complete remounting of the GPU. I turned the computer off, unplugged it from the power supply, unplugged it from the motherboard, looked at the slot, checked the slot on the motherboard. There's no signs of any physical damage to anything. Nothing is like tilted, nothing is scratched, nothing is bent or wobbly. So I don't think, at least as far as contacts are concerned, anything is broken, which is good. What I discovered, though, while I was doing this, is my GPU is stuck in the computer. It is so big, it cannot get around the braces of the tower. It cannot get around the frame and be removed. I have to tilt it at like a 45-degree angle to get it out of the tower. But between the cooling fan for my CPU on top and the power supply underneath, I don't have enough room to tilt the GPU to get it out. So if I want to get it out, I will need to remove other components of the computer to have enough room to maneuver it. So getting it out, if I do end up RMAing the thing, is going to be annoying, to say the least. But interesting idea came up, and I'm going to investigate this first because, frankly, I think it would be a lot easier to investigate. If the power supply is starting to have issues, and apparently they can, Ivy has a absolute horror story. Her power supply failed, and it failed hard. Like, took out other computer components level failure. It like surged and damaged her computer and destroyed components. It was really ugly. But it is possible that, even if the entire power supply is not giving out, there could be components of it. There could be power rails, that are starting to show signs of degradation, and that could be causing dips. That could be causing weird flutters in the power supply, and if that happens to coincide with a high demand, instance, it's not impossible that could be like the right combination of things. It's kind of a stretch, but it also kind of makes sense to me because, again, like, I can run these high demand situations, right? I can run the most demanding games and the most demanding software on my computer and not have any problems with it, for a day, 2 days, a week, and then it's back. So that does kind of lend credence to the hypothesis of, two interconnected things that only every so often manage to harmonize and cause an issue, cause a crash. So it's worth investigating that. It is worth investigating that before I go through the entire RMA process, just to try and knock out as many variables as possible. Because frankly, as far as I can tell, because I bought the card in 23 and it has a 3-year warranty. So as far as I can tell, I still have like 11 months to RMA this thing. I should be in the clear if it comes to that. But that, of course, assumes that MSI is going to honor the warranty and not, say, oh, well, this or that, so it doesn't qualify anymore. I'm not throwing shade at MSI. I'm not saying that they're bad or that they're gonna, not be supportive. I'm just saying that is always a risk with anything under warranty that, companies will frequently try and find ways to get out of it. So we'll see. But that is definitely something I think I can fairly easily test this weekend. And again, it's hard to say, like, I can swap in another power supply and go, well, it's been 2 days and nothing. So it looks good. Because we went a couple of days. We went like 10 days without any issues, and then they pop back up. So it's hard to say definitively that it's gonna happen. But I don't know. It's at least a lead. It's something to investigate. Give me 1 second. Yeah, go ahead and get rid of that. Okay. I was running a virus scan and it found something, so I was like, yeah, go ahead and just delete that. I don't know what that is, but I don't want it. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of been things since the last time we touched on things. How are you guys doing? How is your week treating you? That was really bad flicker. Mage, I know you had some exciting stuff happen earlier. Congratulations. I don't know, it's been kind of a weird, somewhat stressful day. Not like really bad, just kind of a weird headspace. I feel like everyone's in kind of a weird headspace right now. I've managed to avoid any excitement. Again, with how things have been lately, I feel like avoiding excitement is not a bad idea. Just kind of letting things cruise is not a bad place to be in. So it's just happening much faster than that. I feel like Mage out. I'm gonna go ahead and say if that's okay, just because I don't know if the rest of chat knows about it. And just talking in ambiguous terms, I think, is just gonna be confusing. So Mage, and correct me if I get the details on this wrong, but closed a deal on a house. So now begins the great move to the new Mage's Lair. Yeah, I don't own, I rent, but in all the times that I've moved, it has been a similar thing of just like, oh shit, we got to do this now, and just like figure out very quickly how to make all of it happen and box everything up and transport it over. So yeah, I totally get that it is stressful, but hopefully everything stays well in hand and gets cleaned up soon. I hope the move goes very well. Congrats, my dude. That is very exciting news. Man, a house would be cool. I mean, I live in one, but it'd be nice to own it. Oh well. Technically not just mine splitting with the parents. They get their house to retire and I get an apartment space to myself. That sounds good to me. It sounds like a good deal. I mean, as long as you're on good terms with your parents. I suppose otherwise it would be problematic, but I don't know. If you have a good relationship with them, then it seems like a win-win scenario. Yeah, I feel like this whole year has just been very stressful, and I feel like people are getting really worn out, so I love working from home. I don't know that I would be able to switch to doing a full like in-office commute situation. I was thinking about this the other week. Because there's been stuff going on at work, there's been shakeups and there's been unpleasantness of sorts, and there's just sort of the general possibility of like, am I gonna need to find a new job soon? I work in tech. It's always a risk, right? I think I have more job security than some people in my field, but it's always a possibility that it's like things are just gonna change and I'm gonna get the boot, or sticking around is not gonna be tenable. But I make X amount from that, and I was thinking about if I did get another job and job Y, job 2 pays X amount of money more than my current job, but then also requires me to commute to work, which could be like 30 minutes to an hour either way. It's like, okay, well, are they paying me for like an hour and a half or 2 hours worth of time effectively dedicated to this job? Does it pay that much more than my current situation? And working from home, it's like, oh, I've got 10 free minutes because I'm waiting on a task or I'm waiting on a meeting or something. I'm gonna go start my laundry really quickly. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna go do something else. Like I had a few minutes free today, so I just I grabbed some needle and thread and I patched a hole in a piece of clothing that had been bothering me. I feel like working from home is so convenient and laid back. Yeah, if it's a 10-minute commute like that, that's not bad. That's reasonable. But I feel like for a lot of people, it is not 10 minutes. It is decidedly more than 10 minutes. And so it's like, I might be making more money, but what am I having to do to make that extra money? And is it worth it? I don't know. Just things to consider. Hello, Knight. How are you doing? Happy Thursday. So yeah, just lots of different things to consider. One of the things I want to try doing tonight. So, and some of this kind of ties into the general stress. Oh, and like, I don't know. I think on my part, all the stuff with the computer and everything has been very. I mean, obviously, it's been frustrating. It's been somewhat debilitating, and it's just kind of thrown me for a tailspin. You know, I've been having trouble like coming up with stuff to do. You know, ideas on what to draw. I'm feeling sort of lacking in the creativity department. Much like the Muse video from last time. It's like maybe I know how to draw, but I don't know what to draw. I don't have the inspiration. The muses are passing me over. So I was just kind of thinking last night, I was looking at some of my art books and just browsing social media a little bit and seeing kind of what sort of stuff people were working on. I've got a couple of like, I don't know, really vague things that maybe we'll get to. But one of the things that I thought could be a fun little series of drawings and would hit on something that I want to get back into this year. Because we were doing some last year and haven't really returned to. What's going on? What's going on? You're being rude. I want to do more gift art pieces. The state of the world is extremely. It is. The state of the world is extremely. Apparently. So what I thought we could try doing would essentially be a sort of a series of just like bust portraits of some friends and streamers and people that I appreciate. Try and get through a few of those and just spread a little love. Sounds like it's raining out there. The weather's been so strange the past few days. It's been everything from like rain so thick it looks like hail to bright, sunny, beautiful days, sometimes within the span of like a couple hours. I mean, I'm not going to complain. One of my friends out in Arkansas had a tornado warning in the middle of the night and was like bunkered down. It was just terrifying. They're okay, thankfully, but apparently there was a lot of Arkansas got hit, so I hope that they're all okay. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's raining quite, like I don't see it, but I definitely hear it. Okay, so yeah, I think what we will do is essentially what I want to try and do with this is we're going to do sort of a series of shorter drawings, right? Each one taking a stream and change, right? So we might work on this one tonight and maybe part of Saturday, and then we can start on the next one and kind of go down the list, right? Unfortunately, like some people have big dates coming up or have already passed, so we're gonna try and hit some of these in time for you know, giving to people on given dates, but some of it's just like, yeah, this one's belated. Or I just chose to do it whenever. So we got how many we got here? 4, 8, about 12 on my list right now. And we'll kind of go through them and we'll see what we do and if we want to add other people to it. But I think we'll just start with that and kind of see how the process goes. I think this will also be a good sort of test run of sorts, because I had that idea of just doing like shotgun commissions where, you know, it would be like a really cheap commission, really cheap sketch commission, and then I basically say, okay, you know, you pay for it and I'm gonna work on this for like 3 hours or something, 2 to 4 hours per piece, right? It's just gonna be like a sketch. Here you go. You know, maybe do a little bit of cleanup if you want something different, but this is what we got. This is what we're gonna do. So I feel like this would be a good sort of almost test run for that idea. And it would also, I think, give me some much needed practice on like working on something faster, right? Because I always feel like my drawing skills are fairly slow. I feel like I don't make work very quickly. And I don't really do like gag pieces, if that makes sense. Like just simple little joke art or silly things. I feel like everything I do tends to be very sort of like capital A art, if that makes sense. Like it's either capital A art or like hastily Photoshop memes. And there is zero in between. The other thing I wanted to try doing, this is just kind of an idea that I'm spitballing, is something sort of like it's still sketchy, but it's more. What happened? But more like sort of inky and fill in. Sort of get like a middle ground between being like really line oriented and sort of let us start to fill stuff in faster. Oh, yes, Knight? What's going on? I'm not quite feeling the pose yet. I'm in savage sleepy mode. Oh, that might work. Played Schedule 1? I have not. I don't know what that is. What is it? Beautiful city. Good intention, the shadow in the dark. To me infrequently and breaks your perfect heart. And the shadow slips away. I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets I'm someone else. Shadows in the city. The dark come to tear us apart. Beautiful city. Beautiful city. There we go. That feels about right. I decided to start here because I missed her birthday. I didn't know when her birthday was, and then she did an announcement. It was like, it's my birthday, and I was like, oh, fuck. So we're making up for lost time. So we're gonna do this one. And then I think Coco's gonna have her debut next week, which I'm very excited about. So we're gonna do that. And then just kind of go down the list, try and make sure we hit any other important dates, but just kind of go by whoever I feel like we're gonna do next. I need to move you over here so that I'm not constantly covering it up. That's better. Dark and this night has never felt so right. Empty mirror only shows what's left inside. The electric tapestry Neon beckons me beyond this ghostly light. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna sort of knock this up a little bit. Yeah, I ended up going back to a smaller brush anyway. Just force of habit, I suppose. Unfortunately, I have no idea if this is related, but I've had a long-standing issue where, particularly when I have VBridger and VTube Studio open, I get like screen flickering, like windows are constantly sort of trying to reposition or recalibrate. And frankly, I don't know if it's related to my tablet monitor. I don't know if my tablet monitor like has some sort of weird system in its driver, and so it's like resetting or what. It's like trying to figure out where they should be for a split second, and then it snaps back. I don't know. Maybe my computer's just haunted. All I'll say is, if my computer is haunted, I hope the ghost is hot. Hey, boss. Happy Thursday. How's your week going? How's it treating you? Hope you're doing alright. We're just working on... We're gonna try doing sort of a series of speed portraits. Just kind of work through a bunch of them in fairly quick order. Just knock out some gift art for people. Tomorrow's Friday. Is it at least the weekend after Friday? Well, that's good. Hopefully it passes quick then. Hopefully it's not too much trouble. Hang in there, soldier. The weekend is almost here. I think. Yeah, good enough. I'm just gonna leave that off for now. Gonna be easier to paint in, I think. Said I could reach you from the back of the class. Under the glass, it's your attention, I'd like to mention. I want it to last. Hey, Mondo. Good to see you. Glad you can make it in. Happy Thursday. How's it going? What's going on? Here. I need to save. I have not saved yet. Oh. It has been a while. I'm glad you could make it. It's been a mixed bag. The computer stuff continues to be a thorn in my butt. I feel like we're sort of getting down to the last couple of things that I can try, which is kind of sad, kind of frustrating, but at least, you know, we're almost done with it. I have not. I did make a couple of minor changes just to like some tracking settings tonight, just to see if that improved things a little bit. But the next major update is going to be with the summer outfit. Well, it's not going to be a major update. So we're going to have the outfit and a couple of very like small tweaks that I made, you know, patch notes, if you will. But no new model or anything. There we go. There's the shoulder. Oh! Actually, yeah, this is the, I'm glad you like it. This is the, well, partially. Here, let me show you. This is the version 2 outfit that I designed as part of the new model. So I guess technically the other part that would be the yoga skirt. But yeah, all of the various clothing that I make, for the most part, is modular, right? So I can just kind of wear whatever I feel like for a given day. I'm glad you like it. Some stuff like the Halloween costumes and whatnot, that is not modular in the same way, right? I couldn't wear that with something else. The summer outfit I'm not 100% sure about yet. I mean, it'll kind of be modular, but it also will not in the same way. Thank you, Manda. That's very kind. You're very kind. Got the PNG finally, so oh nice! That's exciting. I can't wait to see it. I hope you will share it when it's ready. I don't quite like this area. I might crop it off. Slightly embarrassing funny story. Ooh. Yeah, share that tea. Put this back on. There we go. If you want to share it. Obviously, if it's embarrassing and you would rather not, then do not feel like you have to. think that's working pretty well. We'll try something. We'll see how this works. I recall a couple months ago I was having issues with my computer being damaged, having the USB port access. I do remember the damage, yes. Is that getting sorted? Hopefully. Okay, we're gonna try something a little different from what we normally do. We're gonna see how this works for us. I think we're gonna do the usual thing of like overlay with partial multiply. There we go. That looks pretty good. Hey, Tanetic. Happy Thursday. Good to see ya. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? What's going on? Messing around with settings and realized something plugged in I wasn't using and won't need for a while. A webcam. I plugged it in to a functioning USB port and it's been that way for 2 and 3 months. So it's just been sitting there. Oh well. Whoops. Well, I'm glad you got it figured out, but that's unfortunate. Ain't that just the scuff that we come to know and expect? But hopefully it's working better now, yeah? At least giving you less grief? I don't know if this is actually saving me any effort, but we'll see. Well, sat there utter disbelief on my chair for self if I missed just how it got. I'm just sitting there staring into the middle distance going, how did it come to this? But hey, it's okay. You got it figured out, and now you can push forward. You got that to look forward to. wonder what her favorite color is. It's so hard to know. Farming that, making a heavy push to kick off the debut. Making good progress. Just want to cross the finish line so much faster. Well, I hope it goes well. Debuts can be very stressful for sure. So, yeah, I think just having a good mindset about it. Trying not to push too hard on it, if that makes sense. I think is going to be really important to just sort of ensuring that you have a good time with it, you know? Yeah, I don't think I did a proper debut until my version 2 model. Yeah, Tanetic, how's the ink healing up? Looks very sick. Looks very cool. That's good. Okay. So hopefully not giving you any trouble or any discomfort in the process. It's a cool tattoo though. I like it. I've thought about getting a tattoo. I thought at one point it would be a cool thing to like get a tattoo of each of the games that I make or work on. Sort of have it be like a living record of all the projects that I've done. I think the main problem is that the main one I would get a tattoo of now is, I think if people saw it, they would just assume I'm a fan of the game rather than someone that actually worked on it. It's like, that's not the impression that I want to give. So, I'm not sure about that one. Wait, did I put it on the hair layer? See, Merp does all of his drawing on a single layer. And sometimes, on rare occasions, he will split out to 2 or 3 layers, and I don't know how he does it. I mean, I definitely consolidate more stuff to a single layer than some artists will, but I don't know how people can be comfortable doing a single layer drawing. Yeah, I've heard getting tattoos on like the face, the hands, or the feet, or like the bony parts are much more excruciating. Felt like using a pencil on your arm. Okay, interesting. It's not too bad at all, is it? Oop. Not that. 5. That's a lot of ink. Frankly, at the rate things are going, I would be lucky to finish 5 games. I'm still going through it to finish the 1. Yes, because getting them removed is troublesome, to say the least. Kriskasat actually did a really cool video explaining like how tattoos work and what's actually like going on biologically that allows for them to exist and to persist. And as with many things in the body, it's a little gross, but also cool. Okay, let me check one thing for reference, because there's got a sketch going on here that I'm using for all the color referencing, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot more complexity in the design of the eye, so I just want to see what that's looking like. Oh, gotta copy that for a second. And there it is. I knew there was a more complex render of it. Oh, that's so cute. Transhumanism. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like if something is meaningful to you, and has a big impact on you, that's enough of a reason. You don't need some grand justification. This is the way. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to do 2 more things. Actually, I think we'll just save the leaf for the paint over. We don't really need to get into it right this moment. There we go. So sketch one of the ideas. Sure, if I want them to be full separate pieces or combined into one. Sounds potentially quite interesting. Realize to reach the packing cleaning goals I have, but this week I have to cancel my D&D. Oh no! Are those the only choices? Okay. I'm going to do something real weird. I'm going to do something really unorthodox. Well, I'm going to do 2 unorthodox things. I'm not going to do a shadow layer like I normally do. I'm going to do a highlight layer just because I think that would be helpful. But I want to see if we can kind of get away just with what we already have on the board. Supposed to clean with soap or sanitizer on the tattoo 2 times for 3 days. Just around like a chicken with head cut off only on Saturday and Sunday. That sounds very complex. I mean, I understand you're essentially stabbing yourself like 10,000 times in a small location. So yeah, hygiene is very important during the healing process, but also, Jesus. Okay. And then for good measure, I'm just going to put that on the background so it's a bit easier to see. Clean up a couple little odds and ends right through there, right? Okay, there's one more thing that I'm gonna do. I want to go in just to touch upon. So, Mookie's been showing little tidbits, little hints at the new model, and it seems like she has this very cool, like, blue undertone. Wrong layer. Affecting some parts of the hair, affecting the back regions of the hair, the shaded areas, which is very pretty. So I want to try and include that in a few places. So this is Mookie. Sweet, beloved Mookie. She is a very talented artist and absolutely cracked emote creator. If you guys have seen emotes for Eden, for Maya, she did a couple for Jin. She's done a ton of emotes. She's very good at it. And just very sweet in general. And I did not make anything for her birthday, and I feel bad about that. So that's why we're starting out doing something for her tonight. We got a lot of people that I want to get through in terms of gift art pieces, but this seemed like a good place to start. So yeah, we're gonna... So Mookie's actually been back a little bit. She did a couple of streams. And she's on a vacation right now. She's traveling a little bit. But should be back and doing the stream stuff more frequently. Yeah, I miss her too. I'm glad to see that she's back. I hope she is doing better. But you know, I think taking some time and making sure to be in a good headspace is very important. In pretty much anything, really. I guess what I will say, Mage, in terms of the canceling of D&D, obviously that is... It sucks. It sucks. I hope you don't have to, but it's totally understandable if you do. I think it is, you know, a temporary thing just to make the move go smoother. And you certainly don't want to be stressing out about the move. So if that's what's gotta happen, then I do think it is best. So yeah, what I want to try doing with this, and the reason we're jumping into the paint over work already, like we've been at this for what? Less than an hour, like 30 minutes, and we're already getting into paint over. I just want to try being less, I want to try being more free-handed, right? I think one of the things that can get very frustrating to me about my work method is, you know, I enjoyed the sketching process quite a bit, you know, sort of figuring out what the posing is going to look like, where things go, all of that sort of stuff. But then the sort of the color fill in, the lighting block out, all of that, you know, there's some interesting problems to solve in there, but it can be very, I don't know, it just kind of feels like filling in blocks. It feels like checking off a list, and it doesn't drive the creativity as much as some of the other parts. So a lot of times it just sort of feels like I'm doing things by the numbers, and that is typically sort of the leap of faith part of the drawing, right? Where I'm just sort of plugging stuff in, and I'm not 100% confident in how things are fitting together, but I just gotta power through it, and then I can start cleaning things up and refining it in the paint over process. And so this is just kind of like, well, what if we just truncated that part, the part that I don't like and the part that gives me the most grief, and we'll see how that goes. D&D campaign running right now is about to hit the players with the open world. Oh no. Choice paralysis. Waj. I want to play D&D. I still haven't gotten a chance to this year. It's on my list, but we'll see if I actually get to it. Small group of 4. Play at the house of 2 of them, and the other has a 2-minute drive. Nice. Yeah, and 4 people is typically, I agree, sort of like lightweight enough, flexible enough that if stuff like this does come up, it's like, okay, well, not a big deal. When it gets up to like groups of 6 or 7, finding a weekend where everyone is free is like, or consistently finding time where everyone is free just feels impossible. You know, I have a group of friends that will try and get together, you know, periodically for dinner or something, just to hang out, and finding a weekend where all of us are free, all of us can meet up to do stuff is like, it never happens. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna pull one more color sample just to get a little bit more on the board. There we go. One of the things that I do enjoy about this process, and part of why I do the block out the way that I do, is so that I essentially have all of the colors I want on the canvas, right? I essentially have my color palette built into the painting itself, so I'm not like, you know, constantly sampling colors and rebalancing colors and everything. It's like, no, everything is just right there. And I can just, you know, eyedropper, select it, and go. Thank you, Mondo. Yeah, let me know, because you're planning to like stream D&D stuff as well, right? So I might very well take you up on that. If there's like one-offs or something I can get in on. I think the big problem I have with it more in general right now is just finding the time to do it. You know, I've got the streaming thing going on, and I've got work, and I've got my exercise, and just between all of those, it's like that's like 6 of my evenings committed to something. You know, exercise doesn't take all evening, but we'll run a couple different games and rotate groups bi-weekly. That sounds good. I feel like bi-weekly can probably work really well. Yeah, I think where people run into trouble is trying to like do a session every week or something. And then, you know, you miss one session and it starts to cause like a cascade effect of other people missing stuff or conflicts. Scheduling conflict. Yes, the hardest monster, the hardest enemy encounter in all of D&D is real life. I had a group. I can't remember if I showed you guys. Let me see if I can find her. I had a group that we did complete a campaign. And then we started another one, and I really, really loved my character from that session, from that campaign. But we never finished. And so I never sort of got to complete her story arc, but I did draw like where I imagined her to end up. Yeah, what's up? What would you like my opinion on, for whatever it is worth? My group being so small is pretty good fallback for having weeklies. If one person can't make it, we don't progress, but we do board games with whoever is there instead. That sounds good. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I never get super excited about board games. I never like, oh boy, board games. But then I'll play a good board game and I'm like, no, that was fun. I enjoyed that. Okay, let me see if I can find this really quickly. Oh, okay, there's one. So I got one. I did a couple drawings. I'm trying to see if I can find all of them. Okay, yeah, here we go. So there's 2 and 3. And then there's the 4th one. Awesome. I can't believe I actually still have all of them. Betrayal at the House on the Hill. Have I played that? I know the name. I can't remember if I've actually played it. Okay, so yeah, so this was the D&D character, Rowan. So she's a Jackal Weir fighter. It was like a modern day fantasy setting. I was talking with another artistically inclined friend. We were talking about characters who have incredible posability. Who is a character that you think has that in spades? Posability. How are you defining that, would you say? So yeah, I did just sort of a few drawings, like progressing through her story as she gets like more of her equipment, becomes more confident. This was from one of the, the sessions. And then yeah, sort of the final retired version where she like completely levels up. Essentially a character who you can put in any pose and it will generally work. Say poseability and the Jacko pose comes to mind. I mean, Jacko does work. Jacko's a good example. I think a lot of fighting game characters do have good poseability because the read of the character in all of the various poses that they need to hit needs to be very clear. So yeah, I think like most of the characters from Guilty Gear or Blaze Blue or Street Fighter would all be really good examples. Alrighty. Thank you for coming by, boss, and hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope Friday goes well for you, and I hope you have a good start to the weekend. Everyone say goodnight. But yeah, I love my little dog girl fighter. Oh, disaster child that she was. But she was a sweetheart. I think Joker's okay. Admittedly, I don't have a lot of like hands-on experience with Joker, so I can't say it too well, but I do think Persona 5 was a bit more sort of flamboyant in its body language, perhaps, than previous Personas. So that's... yeah, I could see that one. Second to last, what? What's the... I'm trying to think. Oh, the sketch from the one session. Yeah, they were on a road trip together with her dad, and it was going great. It was going very well. It was one of those, oh god, we can never come back to the city kinds of road trips. Might have gotten one of their co-workers afflicted with amnesia. You know how it goes. You know how those good road trips go. What was I gonna say? So, I think... okay, so some versions of Spider-Man, I think, have really good posability. It does vary a lot by design. I think some designs are too busy. I think some lean too heavily into like the web design, or you know, the web patterning, and that can become really noisy and kind of hard to read. Though a good comic artist, I think, will know how to prioritize the weight of the secondary designs and the patterning versus the overall design of the character and the readability of the pose. Spider Gwen. What is her better name? It's like Shadow Spider or something? I think is a really awesome design. I really love like her overall costume design. I think it reads really well. I think it has a lot of like elegance and smart moves and just is generally very good to read. Trying to figure out the visual design for a new character I may get to play. I may not be a forever DM anymore. Good DMs are such a commodity that once you prove yourself as a DM, I feel like you kind of get stuck doing it forever. I don't know, part of me would be really intrigued to be in DM, but I think I need to play more D&D in general before I launch into that. Yeah, unfortunately, so I feel like, you know, we got far enough with Rowan's campaign that I would probably not play her again. I think that would be weird. I feel like it was far too, like, specific to that setting to try and just, you know, transplant her into another game. I do have my other two characters that so I made one and I haven't gotten to use her again because we only did session 1 and then never returned to it. So I have my fairy warlock, Leverin, and I want to revise the name because I think I can come up with a better one, but where did she go? Was it last year? I feel like it was last year. Maybe it was 23. Oh, there she is. Is a Warforged sorcerer. And I was definitely not having an emotional response to Freeman when I designed this character. Oh, stop. Stop. I'm gonna put these kids over here. So yeah, these two are kind of just sitting in my pocket if I get to do like a pickup game of D&D or something. Just have fun with them. Designing D&D characters is a lot of fun. Just sort of thinking about like what their background, their personality, their stuff. Travis, I don't remember his last name, but the voice actor who's on Critical Role like every campaign. You know, he played Grok in Vox Machina. One of the things that he was talking about was when he is sort of coming up with a character and thinking about what he wants to do with it. A lot of his creative inspiration will come from props. Like he'll see some cool item or some interesting thing. So like for Calamity, you know, he saw these really cool like dual tomahawks. Travis Willingham, yes, thank you, perfect. He saw these really cool tomahawks and he was like, those are sick. And that became like the basis, the inspiration for his entire character. It's like, okay, well, who in sort of this setting that we're going into, who would use weapons like this? You know, and so he became, in this city of insanely powerful mages, he was the rogue inspector. He was the watchman that watches all the sorcerers in the sky and deals with the troublemakers. I don't know. That's one of the really fun things to me, is that like the inspiration for characters, I think, can come from anywhere. Like for AFO, which again, I want to rework the name a bit. A lot of it was just like, I want to draw a character that's a square. I want to draw a character that just has a square silhouette, a rectangular silhouette, and then sort of built up from there. Oh, I want to make a kobold. I feel like a kobold character would be so much fun. You just get to be an earnest dumbass and then periodically have moments of brilliance. Group is about to do a Fallout World campaign and another player is stepping up to be a DM. Nice! Oh, you get to be a robot? That sounds fun. One thing I was saying I'm proud of is how into character creation I got one of my new players. She had only briefly touched up, but once I got into nitty gritty, they couldn't message me enough. Have you introduced her to Pathfinder? Because that's a fucking rabbit hole. At least from a mechanical standpoint. It's almost as smart as the party wizard. A kobold dragon rider ranger. That sounds fun and possibly sacrilegious. Owl House was a good show. It was a very good show, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm glad it ended when it did. I think that was one of those things, one of those shows that like could have easily run into the ground if it tried to overstay its welcome. If it tried to go beyond the intention of its story. But I think they played it the right length. I think they did everything that they wanted to do with it, and I think we got a really good overall experience out of it. Also, I just love Alex Hirsch. That was the thing for me with Gravity Falls as well. Like, a bunch of people want Gravity Falls to come back, or wish that we had more of it. I'm like, I think we had the right amount. I think we had a very good story with a satisfying conclusion, and we're good. Would I mind more Gravity Falls? No, but I don't think we need it. I made the character with the idea to make a kobold mounted combat fighter using a great axe on a dragon's back. That sounds fun to me. But how does the dragon get it? Like, how does that work with indoor fighting? Very carefully. Oh. My little player's all grown up. Yeah, I would love to do some more D&D. I don't know. I need to have more hands-on time with it. I sometimes worry that it's one of those things that I like really love in concept, and then actually like getting deeply involved with the gameplay wouldn't be as exciting to me. You know what I mean? I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is one thing that I'm like, what if? Maybe not carefully. Yeah, just send the dragon. Just full speed, ramming speed. I think, okay, so if I were to make a kobold, I think I would want to make an artificer. I don't know why, but kobold artificer just sounds like the most blursed combo you can possibly get. I know how to run a host of different game systems, including a few custom ones that have been developed. Nice. My brother plays a lot of tabletops, and he loves like dissecting game systems and theory crafting and doing house rules and stuff. And when we're like road tripping to see our family, sometimes, you know, he'll throw out an idea while we're driving down, and we'll sort of like spitball it and bounce ideas back and forth and try and refine some of it. It would be like the orcs in 40K. It's like, by all rights and laws of physics, this shouldn't work, but because they believe it does, it works. It just works. What if you had a party, like the entire party was kobolds? So while the party is together, you have like a +10 to int and wisdom checks. But then anytime the party gets split up, the bonus starts diminishing. Resident Evil Parasite Eve system. Ooh, interesting. That's cool. See, the funny thing is, if I actually wanted to play a cyberpunk game, I feel like something like Everyday Heroes would be more fun to play than the actual cyberpunk tabletop. I've heard cyberpunk is not bad, but it's also kind of cumbersome. Everyday Heroes just sounds much more, I don't know, usable and fun. All hearsay, though. I could be wrong. One of the ideas that I had, just in terms of like stuff that we could work on, would be doing like a character design workshop. So maybe like we get a prompt or two and just sort of go through and theory craft, like, okay, what would this character look like? You know, what would be their deal? What would be their visual direction, their design language, etc. So we might do that at some point in the future. One of the things that I think is very fun to do So okay, and hear me out on this, because if you guys get a chance to use it, I'm honestly gonna I'm gonna keep pushing this. So for AFO, you know, I had that silhouette, and I was just kind of bouncing around ideas and thinking about what I could do with it. And one of the things I ended up settling on, and you can see it, you know, subtly sort of referred to in a number of things, is I tried incorporating Inca culture into the design of her. And the more I thought about it, the more I was like, how come no one has ever made an Inca dwarf as like a culture? Because a lot of what defines Inca resources, design language, culture, etc., is the fact that they lived in the mountains, essentially. They were a mountain people. So it's like dwarves live under the mountains, Inca live on the mountains. I feel like there's a lot of parallels between the two, and all of the sort of, you can't see a ton of it because, you know, it's underneath her clothing and everything. But, you know, I drew it out to make it easier to work with. The sigils that are like carved into her are based on the quipu, I'm not going to call it a writing system, but the rope system that the Inca used for record keeping. You know, scholars have tried to sort of make equivalents or systems to logic out how the quipu worked. And so I found one that was pretty functional for what I needed, and sort of translated it into, you know, these lines. To make into tattoos. I feel like that's a really fun thing that you can do when you're designing a character, being like, okay, you know, what is the culture that the character is working off of? You know, if yeah, you gotta be at least somewhat respectful about it. You don't want to just sort of pull willy-nilly and do things incorrectly, but I think there's a cool opportunity to be like, let's get some tangential learning in here. So yeah, we could do something like that where we have, you know, not just sort of the, well, what's the race and class of the character, but here's a couple of things that we need to incorporate into the design language, into the color palette. I did some research. You can always do more research, right? But at some point you're trying to design a D&D character and then you wind up with a PhD and you're like, wait, what? Alright, I do want to jump back in and work on the eyes some at some point, because we don't want to leave that out. I'm just kind of working in some of the details that we might otherwise. Oh, save. Everybody save your work. Save your work, save your game, whatever you're doing, save it. Are you actually like asking about design stuff, or are you memeing? Oh, about the PhD. I get it. I see. I caught up. I got the joke. Okay, I just wasn't sure because we have the it was like the critique redeem. I was like, well, maybe it's time for one of those. I don't know. I'm just being silly. Don't mind me, then. There we go. Okay. We're getting there. So this campaign, the DM randomized 2 quests. You got Monk and Wizard. So you have to multi-class Monk and Wizard. Interesting. I don't hate that.
I graduated from the Academy of Hard Knocks. I have laboriously studied the anatomy of every race in the Forbidden Realms. I know exactly how to break all of your bones. It will be extremely painful for you.
There we go. There we go. Kia, the spellbook is a large skull he carries on his back. Ooh. Alright, fun visual design right off the bat. Prepared spells would be talismans that he writes every day. We have an exorcist staff that has a sword in it. Interesting. Dude has a fucking cane sword bow staff. Oh no, like, so an exorcist staff, so it'd have like the little metal rings and talismans on them, right? That's fun. I like that. I like that set of ideas. Assessing randomized copy of Pokemon Black because the Flying Fox says she might do a Nuzlocke. Into Starscreen saw a Groudon and a Kyogre. Well, that would work. I think that is indeed very randomized. A Shakuja. Let's find out. Yes, that is what I'm thinking of. Where it has the rings on the end. Sometimes the purging of evil requires a more direct approach. I admit I have never played a monk in D&D. I have heard not great things about the state of monk. Yeah, so then the ring bit becomes the pommel of the sword. That would sound really cool. Oh, shoot. Let me find the name of it. Yes, okay. That's why I was thinking, if you're going in that direction, there is a particular like shape of sword that I think could fit very well, right? Because you don't want to go with a katana. That would be dumb. And you don't want to go with a Zhan because that's Chinese. And again, you don't want to mix the two of them up. That's kind of rude. Shit, what is this style of sword called, though? Let me see if I can find the name of it. Yeah, see, everyone is always obsessed with the curved swords, the katana, which, understandable, but the history is much older than that, and I'm trying to find the ones that predate that method of craftsmanship. Oh, it's Japanese. Conjuration wizard who focused elementals and carried stone slabs for spellbook. That's fun. Arcane trickster rogue and wizard who made their spellbook into tattoos. Freaking edgelord. Is it a yachty? No. And that's just the next week, but I love martial weapons as a whole. I agree. I think just focusing on the katana is overlooking a lot of interesting ideas. Is it? Okay. So the one I'm thinking of is the tsurugi. It's a straight double-edged sword used in antiquity. The oldest Bronze Age sword excavated in Japan is a Chinese-style dagger from around 800 BC in the Yayoi period. So yeah, I think what makes them particularly distinctive is a lot of the designs, at least in popular depiction, you know, are pretty broad, not very long, and have this like curved pommel, which gives a very interesting design. You see them a lot in Okami as well. Like the time period that Okami is depicted in is like in the Yayoi, or I'm completely forgetting my history, but the period following that one. But yeah, I feel like that design language could fit into what you're doing very nicely. I'm just gonna darken out a lot of the hair here. Give us a bit more room to work with. Actually, let's prop up the visibility of the forehead just a little bit like that. Yeah. I don't know. I think rogues are fun. I have a rogue in Baldur's Gate. She's fun. I enjoy her. I have not actually done a caster yet. I did a cleric. I did a cleric and the DM goofed a little bit. Like, didn't realize that some of the stuff that I was allowed to do was not stuff that I was supposed to be able to do. So I ended up becoming essentially a Pokemon master. I could summon a spectral steed. I could summon spirit weapons. And I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a bag full of tribbles. And then I would like pull a tribble out and I could like throw it and it would become a creature. It would become a beast and I could like summon bears basically. And so my turns took forever because I would have like myself and then 3 familiars on the field. It's like, I don't think this is how cleric is supposed to play. But also it was fun and everyone was enjoying it, so fuck it, house rules. The DM realized like a few months later, it's like, oh, you weren't supposed to have that spell. That was not in the wizard's or in the cleric's skill book. I was like, okay, well, should I unlearn it? No, it's fine, whatever. Some of those spells are in the cleric. Yeah, like spirit weapon is definitely in the wheel, but like summoning a spectral steed was not supposed to be there. I think it just got looped in at some point in like the general list of spells, and then we thought cleric was able to access it and it wasn't supposed to. I think that was it, is we like it was on the list and it wasn't clear at the time. We didn't know if it was a paladin spell exclusively, and so I was just like, neat, and I took it. I don't know. I think, you know, there's the memes, the fun memes that everyone ha-ha-ha's at, the DM trying to make their players cry and make them suffer and put them in difficult situations and, you know, challenging your players. I think is always fine. Putting them in situations where they have to actually think and make difficult decisions is not necessarily a bad thing. If anything, it's even good. But from what I've seen, you know, the DM is not trying, in most cases, to beat their players, right? It is not PvP. I think in most good groups, in most good dynamics, the DM is, you know, presenting an interesting scenario, an interesting challenge and story for the players to experience. And then, you know, not letting them just cheat their way out of it or bullshit their way out of it, but the players succeeding the challenges that the DMs come up with is a success for the entire group, including the DM. Right? The DM should not be disgruntled that the players bested their challenges. The whole point was that the players should be able to best them. Thank you for calling Tarascus R House. How can we help you end your campaign? Welcome to Schmebulok's Kaiju Emporium. We got kaiju for all situations, all sizes, all natures. What can we do for you today? Well, I'm sorry, we had a big run on Eldritch Abominations, really, and we're all out of stock. Should get them back in a month or two. Okay, what I do want to do, what I want to focus on a little bit. Also, I've not done a half-elf. Stop sitting on the fence. Go full human or full elf. Also, I think in the new rule set, they like... What did they do to half races? They did something really dumb. I don't remember exactly what it was. Turtle. Fuck yeah. What's the satisfying thing? Yeah, I don't remember what it was. I know they did something to fuck up half races in the new rule set. I think they like got rid of them mechanically. So now you like just pick a full blood race and then you just for flavor say it's a mix. But I don't remember, so don't quote me on that. Ivy would know. Yeah, I have not gone through the entirety of the new rule set. I haven't, and by entirety, I mean I haven't read any of it. I have only heard what people have said, and what they've said, yes, it seems like a very sort of mixed bag of results. Some of it interesting, some of it really dumb. I understand that Wizards of the Coast has made a decision, but given that it is a stupid-ass decision, we have elected to ignore it. There's two things to me as a DM that are immensely satisfying. First is watching your players' reactions as you reveal something in the story. And second, when you craft something unique for a player and watching them use the item or ability with pride. Aww. You little fledglings are all growing up, becoming seasoned adventurers. This is the inevitable complete derailing. Well... Wait, derailing of what? I'm gonna try this the other way. Oh, like derailing of the narrative. I remember one of the campaign I was in. We were doing like a murder mystery thing, and we spent an entire campaign. So the whole premise was that this was taking place in like an underwater mansion. Right? We were interacting with fish people. And throughout this entire thing, you know, we spend an entire session sort of chasing down clues and investigating at the insistence of the murdered party's estranged son, Fred Herring. And it ended up becoming a filler arc because it had nothing to do with the actual main story. The entire thing was a misdirection. I was so pissed. I was like, you son of a bitch, what have you done? My first campaign was going to run had a binder full of paths. Jumped into something that looked like certain death and ended up 100 years in the future. 2 months of writing and planning became scrap notes and I got to use less than half of it. Yeah, I feel like you can only plan so much ahead of where things actually are. Like, you can say this is sort of where I expect things to end up, where things I want to go, but then the way that you're going to get to that point, you can't really put too much stake in. I realize this doesn't look like a waffle. I need to do the gridding. I'll do the gridding later. There we go. Players noticed I stopped reading the binder and just said, oh, I don't need it anymore. We're doing it live. We outgrew the binder. There shall be no binder for this story. We're letting our narrative fly free. There we go. Alright. Let's get to the eyes, because if we do decide that this is going to be like a one-stream art piece, we want to make sure at least everything gets a little bit touched on, right? And we have thus far not done that with the eyes. So, priority shift. Accidentally impaled a pickpocket on a flagpole in the city center. Well, maybe they shouldn't have been pickpocketing. I'm just saying. It's about sending a message. The message is, we will do your dirty in front of your whole city. Wouldn't have been so bad if there hadn't been a speech happening 30 feet away by the city later. Well, you know. Was the speech related to crime rates in the city? Because I feel like that would have been a very effective visual demonstration. Save. There we go. That looks pretty good. I think we're just gonna need to bring some more pink in here. Yeah. Some like pinks and orange and yellows for the eyes. Farmlands and guard patrols they also took. Well, slash and burn. Look, if the public isn't ready to accept their genius, that's on them. They're just forward thinking. I did not say, how big is the room? I did not say, have all the orphans made it out? I said, I cast Fireball. There we go, that looks pretty good. They felt it wasn't fair that the lightning bolt they shot into a wheat field caught the crops on fire. Well, they say every hurt is a lesson. That's looking better, I think. It's definitely getting more liveliness into it. There's a lot we still need to clean up. So I don't know if we're going to get this done in a single stream tonight, but we'll see. I think we'll at least get the majority of the work done, and then Saturday can be cleanup. Thank you. Yeah, it's getting there. I'm just gonna do a little bit of draw through at the expense of the sleeve slash strappies, whatever you want to call them. You know what we should do? We should flip it. Yeah, that's why we gotta flip it. That's why you gotta flip your drawings. Because shit gets weird and you don't notice until you flip it. Okay, I'm gonna knock this down a little bit. I was trying to work around it, but it's not cooperating. So we're just gonna go like that. Always a good idea to flip your drawing at least once, just to see what the fuck it's doing. Cool. Figuring out some of the hair coloring here is going to be interesting, because we have this very cool sort of like transition of colors, and I want to figure out. Okay, yeah, it's sort of like as it gets farther down, it cools off a little bit, and then as it goes back, it cools off as well. So I think we can do a little bit of that in both directions. Maybe go like that. Mondo, I'm pretty sure you just gave a rules lawyer somewhere an aneurysm. Try not to get too specific or nitty-gritty while we're still like figuring some stuff out and cleaning up ideas and whatnot. It's like once we've sort of got everything up to a good baseline, then we can worry about the fine specifics of stuff like the hair and whatnot, but we're not quite at that point yet. Tolarian Community College. I've not heard of them. Ooh, that came out pretty good. I like that. Gives us a good general color gradient for the sort of going down the chest. And to explain how Tunnel Fighter works to a player, they were not happy they didn't read the usage for it. Yeah, you gotta do your homework. I got this stink eye at the last Magic event because a guy was convinced he knew how a card was supposed to work and proved that they were in fact not using it right by pulling up the website. Yeah, and that is on them. Let me check one more thing. I keep saying one more thing. It's never one. It's never one. Why would I even pretend that it's one? Okay. Yeah, it seems like I'm not getting any good reference points of the caller. That's okay. We will make do. We'll make do with what we've got. There we go. There we go. Let's clean up a little bit in there. Use the judge for local events. Because I was the most knowledgeable. The rule has been told the pastor should apply for a judge program. Oh, for the official judge program. Yeet. Damn it. Okay. I'm just gonna... 1 second. Go grab myself a little treat here. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay. It's pretty good. I feel like it needs to be a bit bushier, particularly in the back. Of course Wizards doesn't support the Judge program anymore. Why would they? What benefit would that serve them? They probably got tired of the judges telling them their ideas were stupid. we go. Why on earth would they want people to understand the rules for their tournaments? Can't imagine. Give me 1 second to do a thing. There we go. Okay. And then, where'd our reference go? I covered up the reference. I tried learning Magic once or twice and I can't get into it. It's not for me. I think trading card games in general are not for me. Like, I tried playing them when I was younger. I tried playing Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they were popular, and I don't know. I can't get on board with them. I think just like the general randomness factor of trading card games doesn't sit well with me. Was the meta of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever not stupid? I feel like half the point of it was that it was stupid. My parents put up with so much dumb shit that I wanted to do and just like never stuck with. I'd just go like all in on something for a little while and then just get bored. It's like, listen here, you little shit. Aww, Mondo. Thank you for subscribing with Prime Gaming. I really appreciate it. Thank you, June. It's very sweet. Okay, so we're gonna grab some of this, we're gonna put it right in here. And you can go like that. Okay, so yeah, I think this needs to come out a little bit farther. Build up a bit more of the cranium. Right? I wonder if the decks I used are still relevant at all. I'm gonna guess no. Just based on what you're saying, but no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think card games in general for me, I just don't enjoy them that much. I like the art. I like the art on Magic cards. But I don't know, like the gameplay in general and just being so randomized and so based on chance is always just very frustrating to me. Can't get into it. Your Yu-Gi-Oh is generally awesome. Yeah, that's fair. But personally, I don't think many trading card games have nearly as much inconsistency in their art and their visual approach as Pokemon does. Holy shit, what a fucking, like, just shotgun approach to card visuals. It's like, this one's gonna be 3D, and this one's gonna be watercolor, and this one's gonna be manga, and we're just gonna do whatever the fuck we feel like. Yeah, you might think like, okay, well that was just when the cards were getting started, they didn't have any consistency. No, they still do that. They're still just like, who wants to make a card? Oh, you've never made like visuals for a trading card game at all? Fuck it, show us what you got. Did you make this on a napkin? Whatever, we got a ship. King and Aggron. I know one of those. There we go. That's looking better. Ooh, story time. There's one thing I always feel kind of bad about. I feel like some people come up with, or like they just have good stories to tell, and I'm like, I don't know. I went to work and then I played video games and I drew stuff and I rode my bicycle and that was my day. That is my everyday. There we go. Just adjust the collar a little bit there. The collarbones. Sister and her best friend shared a birthday together. We met them for dinner to celebrate, and her bestie was talking about how people should have a spirit Pokemon. Sure, why not? Not the weirdest esoteric I've ever heard. What's your spirit Pokemon? Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like I'm sorry that I'm always bringing up Star Citizen when I know most people don't care about it. They told me my spirit Pokemon was Quagsire. Well, that could be worse. That's the... It looks like the guys in Monster Hunter, the wah wah. Actually, I think that is Quagsire. I think that's just Quagsire's sound. Honestly, Mondo, I feel like it says that you come across as friend-shaped. I mean, look at this. Look at this guy. Friend-shaped. It is ready for hugging. Look, at least you didn't get Mr. Mime, okay? You didn't get Mr. Mime. You're doing okay. It could be worse. It could be so much worse. Huge, lovable, and spends lots of time. Doesn't sound so bad to me. Look, all I'm saying is it could have been a lot worse. Oh god, I am a Quagsire. It could have been Lickitung. Could have been Lickitung, it could have been Mr. Mime, it could have been Muck. Could have been Voltorb. I feel like Voltorb would be a bad spirit Pokemon. It's basically saying you are highly volatile and explode at the slightest inconvenience. Kind of rude, TBH. Yeah, Jinx would kind of suck too. Mr. Rhyme. Why? Why would they bother doing that? Mr. Mime should have been left in the dust heap of history. It's bad enough it still exists in the total Pokedex. It doesn't need to be relevant again. There we go. Finally get around to softening up this cheek. New regional form of Mr. Mime. It gained an evolution as an ice psychic type. See, I still feel like you could find a better Pokemon to do that with, though. That's neat and all, but I don't see why they had to pick Miss Ash's father-in-law. No! There's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I'm just gonna clean out the star. We'll add it back in once we're happy with the shape and direction of the nose. I don't think she's... Oh, she has. It's a dot. It's a goddamn dot. Fucking anime has done such terrible things to noses. It's completely irreparable. We will never nasally recover from this. Pull it out a little bit more. And then give a little bit of like a bright highlight along the rim. Like that. There we go. That's a bit better. Try and keep it pretty small, just to sort of keep in line with the design language, but no one gets dot noses in my house. Everyone's gonna have a right proper schnoz. Or at least something approaching one. Okay, am I gonna do something really stupid and annoy myself? Probably. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna duplicate, we're gonna copy, we're gonna apply the mask, and we're just gonna delete everything along here that we don't need. What the fuck? And then we're just gonna merge that in. Kind of grab all of this. And we're just going to scale it down a little bit. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I feel like that's just a better shape of the head overall. It was getting a little bit too far out to the side. Okay, and then you can go away now. Let me get that shape to clean up a little bit. There we go. Is that? That is part of the paint over. Okay, cool. Right, yeah, because I merged everything in. Makes things a little bit nicer, a little bit easier to play with, right? Okay, I think we're getting really close. Which is cool. I feel like we've gotten through this one quite effectively, quite quickly. No, like I was saying, I feel like I tend not to do very quick work. I tend to be pretty sort of slow and methodical with how I do my drawings and whatnot. I've definitely gotten faster, right? Like my old estimate from, you know, initially when I like started streaming was that a full illustration would take like 3 to 4 weeks to complete. And then we got it down to where it would take like 2. You know, maybe a little bit more if it was something more complicated, but generally like 2 weeks. And now this, while it's certainly not the most complex drawing we've done by any stretch, like the fact that we have it not done, but, you know, very far along, very well along in like, I don't know, 2 hours and change. It's noteworthy. Okay, I do want to do one thing. So this needs to back up a little bit because it's tangenting with the arm and we don't want that. I was thinking at one point, or earlier today, because Drachmas recently got a drawing tablet. And so he was sort of asking Tech and myself questions about which software to use. I think Abyss has been doing some drawing as well. And, you know, probably doesn't help you have a chatty cheeky mondo. I like it when my chat is chatty. Chatty chat. I like getting to talk with you guys. If I just wanted to sit at my computer and listen to lo-fi and draw, I would do that. Right? I wouldn't have to stream. I would just do that. If I just wanted to talk to myself and work on art, I do that other days. I like being able to share this with you guys and talk about stuff and show the process and you know, have a nice back and forth. That's part of why I do it. But right, so wah 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 wah. My party set the wheat fields on fire. Wah wah wah. It's not like anyone told us lightning causes fires. Oh, you're a cheeky little mondo, ain't ya? Cheeky bugger. More Australian than British. One thing I was... Okay, yeah, so I think it was Abyss has been doing some drawing, and Abyss was kind of saying that they were feeling a bit, a little bit stuck. Yeah, it was Abyss that was saying that. I think, honestly, what I think Abyss is probably running into is their first plateau. I would guess they've sort of like hit a point where their current rate of acceleration, their rate of progress, and sort of what they know how to do is plateauing out. Which happens probably to every artist. No, you know what? I'm going to retract the probably. It definitely happens to every artist. It happens to everyone, I think, that tries to engage in a pursuit. You know, be it artistic, creative, martial, technical. You have things that you know how to do, and then you sort of exercise and improve on those, and eventually you kind of come to a pseudo hard limit on how much you can sort of flex those abilities and those tools, and you need to find ways to evolve the skill set. You need to start, you know, breaking out of the comfort zone and trying new things. But one of the things that I was sort of considering, and it was just kind of an idea, I'm not really like married to it or anything, was possibly doing some semblance of like a class or a seminar on like, here's some fundamentals, here's some ideas on like technical execution or creative execution. Yeah, they've posted some stuff in Jin's Discord. So that's kind of where I seen it, and that was where I saw the last thing that they were talking about. I didn't really respond at the time because I was thinking about what I would say. It's like advice on how to get up on the horse. Oh, thank you. And yes, Tech is a very good art. I actually got a commission from Tech recently that I enjoyed very much. I was very, very satisfied with the results. And Tech was very patient. I was like, could you, like, nudge this a little bit? Could you adjust this? Could we, like, shift the pose a little bit this way? I felt like I asked quite a bit. And Tech was very patient and worked with me on it. So I really appreciated that. So I don't know. I thought it might be fun to sort of do for some of the newer artists, the people that are sort of looking for ways to improve, do some manner of seminar type thing of just like, that was the looking respectfully piece. Yes, I remember you did say that. There we go. Okay, let's grab some more of that shadow. And bring that in around the edges. Can smooth that out in a minute. So yeah, I don't know. Just kind of a rough idea. Maybe spin around with it a bit more and see if something interesting comes up. See if people would want to do that. God, then I'd have to come up with a lesson plan though, and I don't know if I can do that. I need to cobble some money together. I have a lot of people I want to commission. Yeah. I wish I could some more I keep saying submit. Support more people, more artists than I do, or than I can. I did really enjoy working with Tech on this commission, so I would definitely like to see if there's a few other people that I can get in with and commission for work. God, I made the absolute mistake of asking on Twitter if people knew any artists available for commissions and got absolutely flooded. It was a nightmare. So that was an utter mistake, but still want to try and get it. Well, and in my defense, right? I post something like just a general comment, or I post a piece of work and it sees a little bit of traffic, right? People following me will see it. Some people will like it. A couple people might repost it. You know, if I do art of a streamer or something, might get a little bit of visibility within their community. But all this to say, I'm used to just you know, when I post something on social media, getting a very sort of localized personal response from it, right? People that I know and people that know me. So that was the mindset that I had when I posted the question. I was like, okay, well, you know, people that I know, people that follow me might see it and respond with a recommendation, right? So I would get a few sort of mutual responses, mutual recommendations from a friend who knows a friend or some such. And instead, it got swarmed by piranhas. So, lesson learned. Texas, they just want exposure. I really feel like I couldn't do that justice. Absolutely. I told Tech as much that they deserve to get paid more for their work. And I appreciate that they are, you know, willing to do work in support of streamers that they care about and, you know, as part of their community. I think that's very noble and respectful. But also, they make really good work and they deserve to be compensated for it. I think that's true of any artist, right? Anyone that is willing to, like, put the time in to learn the trade and then make something for you to your desires. It's like, okay, well, they deserve to be compensated for that effort. You know, the whole idea of skeb commissions is you get paid less, but then you have more freedom over it, and the person doesn't, you know, get as much opportunity to request revisions or corrections. You just kind of get to it when you get to it, and you give them what you come up with. So there's a little more freedom on the artist part in the terms of using skebs or doing skebs, but then they also make less money. on the rare occasions that I do get a commission, I tend to be very hands-on with the person, be like, we're gonna sort of go through this in stages, and I'm gonna show you work in progress and make sure that you're happy with it, because these are gonna be, points where we're gonna sort of go up a level in terms of the level of detailing and the level of work, and trying to make big revisions past this point would be more of a pain in the butt. So, if we get way down the road and you want a major change, that's going to cost you extra. But I'm going to work with you to make sure that you're happy with it, so that we don't get to a place where we need to do a bunch of revisions. Got a piece I wanted to contest back in June. Yeah, please. Can share it in the Your Art channel. I feel like that would be relevant, appropriate. I must just be old. I don't know what Igemen means. I'm old and out of touch. I'm out of touch. I'm out of time. But I'm out of my head when you're not around. Okay. I'm gonna do this on another layer. Alrighty. Thank you for hanging out, Mage. Good chatting with ya. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope the move goes well. I hope everything goes okay with the packing. And that you have a very, well, a very good weekend. I suppose it's not going to be very restful, but I do hope it goes well, and I hope everything goes smoothly. No panic. No panic. You're going to get through this, and it's going to be fine, and you're going to have an amazing new house, and it's going to be great. Everyone say goodnight. I'm just doing some draw through and revisions on the ear, just because the way that it sort of came in, it's easier to do this on a separate layer than to try and paint in where we had it. Good night and good luck. There's a podcast that I really like called Fall of Civilizations. And they post episodes pretty rarely, because they spend a bunch of time doing their research, getting their facts, and putting it all together. So we only get like maybe 2 episodes a year. But they're very cool, and sort of the whole thing is that the I almost said author. I don't know what you call people that make podcasts. And I watch it on YouTube. He'll like put a bunch of nice visuals and footage and such together to make it like more and more visually appealing for the YouTube episode as opposed to the audio podcast. But sort of the whole idea, the whole setup is that they will pick a civilization, one that existed at some point in history, and sort of talk about the rise to prominence of the civilization and what their their golden age looked like, and then how they sort of declined to a point of, sort of passing out of relevance, out of history. So they've done episodes on like the Bronze Age collapse, the Romans in Britannia. The most recent one was on the Mongol Empire. They had one on the Incas and the Aztecs. Separate episodes, different cultures. Do not mix them up. They had one on, I believe it was an empire in Thailand. They had one on southern India. It's always very interesting sort of seeing like these different histories and the cultures and, all of these places and these people that have existed at one time. And they tell it in a very like compelling sort of narrative fashion. It's a very good channel. I would definitely give it a listen if you're into that sort of thing. And for you DM types, it might give you some ideas for settings or cataclysmic events. But I think what's always very interesting is, there's sort of this feeling of like destruction and the end of civilization, the end of time for these people. And I'm sure for the people that were going through it, it felt that way. But in pretty much every instance, it's like there are still people that live in the places that these events took place in, right? It's not like, oh, the empire collapsed and the entire region became some sort of barren desolation where humanity dare no longer tread. It's like, no, there's cities there. There's cities, there's people. Life went on. People continued to live and be, just in different ways, in different names. Humans are a resilient lot. Or stubborn, as your viewpoint may change. But yeah, the Mongol Empire episode is like, it's almost 7 hours long, and I'm like 2/3 of the way through it. It has taken me a while. It has taken me a while to finish it, but it's very good. Need cataclysm, and thankfully, cataclysms are not that frequent on this planet. I think that would be quite distressing if they were more. This one, try and get in here. There we go, yeah. And then we can do this. Yeah, nice. Hey, Vader. Pull up a seat. Happy Thursday. How's your week going? It's good to see ya. We're just working on a little gift arting. I thought it would be fun to do like a series of sort of quick draw portraits of people, of streamers and friends and whatnot. Just to share the love a little bit and get some practice on doing like some fast art pieces. Oh, is school getting you down? I'm sorry. Is it just being stressful, or is it really being a trouble for you? One of the things that I remember talking with a more senior artist was that the artists that are able to do work quickly, it's not that they just go fast. It's that they have a better sense of what they need to do. And they make fewer mistakes, right? They make fewer things that they need to like go back and revise or go over or do multiple times. They just have a good sense of like, oh yeah, I can just do this and then do this and then do this and then we're going, right? So I don't know. In some ways, I try not to like overly concern myself with how quickly I'm getting a work done, and more just sort of consider how well I'm getting it done. And as long as I'm getting it done well, the speed will come naturally. I think that has been happening. Oh yeah, no, working primary to tertiary is always a good way to go, right? Like, I will have that happen. Then I'll be like working on the hair and start getting really minute with the details and just be like, stop. We haven't even touched half of the face. It's not gonna work if all of this is like hyper rendered and then the face is just like a stick figure with a little like neuron. I'm actually gonna save that because it's really cute. I'm saving that for later. Ikemen is a term used in manga and games for men who are designed to be as physically attractive as possible. Oh, got it. Oh, you posted the thing, didn't you? Let's take a look at that really quickly. Oh my. Uh-oh. Clip Studio? Hang in there with me. Oh my god, it's huge. No wonder Clip Studio shat the bed. Alright, let's try it again. That is indeed Ikemen as fuck. It's nice though, I like it. Could you? There we go. Yeah, that's fun. That's a fun piece. Just a lot of work. The last few weeks of the semester has been busy. I remember that. I remember that definitely being like a big part of school for me, that I would just be like, especially towards the end of the semesters, like all projects all the time. I hope it goes well for you. I hope that things that you keep your head above water and enjoy it as much as you can. Hopefully the projects are at least interesting. I can understand that, you know, it's stressful, it's a lot to deal with, but oh, it is my pleasure. I love Mookie. She is such a sweetheart. Yeah, I've got a whole series that I want to go through. I've got like 12 people lined up that I would like to do portraits of. Hey Sonic, happy Thursday. How you doing? Hope the week's been good to you. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Here, I think what we're actually gonna do is we'll do like a double highlight band like this. A project for heat transfer. We're remodeling the thermal effects of a fin model. Oh my god, what? Vader, I'm gonna be honest, I thought you were going to art school. That doesn't sound like visual arts. That sounds like engineering. I mean, it's kind of nice to know that regardless of the discipline, some of the stuff is very similar. The experience can be very, very shared. But shit. Yeah, I can't help you with that at all. Fuck. Chilling because the internet been going on and off. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Sonic. That sucks. Hopefully it stabilizes soon and you can get back to it. But yeah, I know the feeling. I know. Having the interruptions like that is not fun. I'm sorry. They're doing art school, but then after a few classes, I want it to be more of a hobby. I think that's a good idea. I think that's smart. I think, yeah, a lot of times people are like, oh, you know, you turn your passions into your career because then you can monetize doing the things that you love. It's like, yeah, but you might also burn out on doing the thing that you care about by doing it all day, every day, and having it tied to financial dependency. It's not rocket science, it's only a component of rocket science. See, one of the things that I like about being an artist as opposed to an engineer is I can just say, well, it fucking looks cool, so we're doing it. I don't need to worry about heat transfer or tension or tolerances or will this explode or not. It's like, no, it looks cool, so we did it. I mean, to some degree, if I were like designing a spaceship or a gun or a vehicle or a weapon or something, I would definitely want it to be believable up to a point, right? I wouldn't want it to be like uncanny where someone is looking at the thing and going, would this work? This doesn't really make any sense. But I'm not gonna go in and like run the simulations to see if it would actually fly or anything. Did some commission work. I didn't like doing art for other people unless it's a gift. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, commissions can be a bit of a hit and miss thing for sure. I've had a lot of commissions that I enjoy doing. I think, I have the benefit of having a full-time job, so the commissions are not my dependency, and I don't have to take every commission that comes my way. If there's one that I'm not comfortable with or one that I'm not interested in, even, I can be like, I appreciate it, but I don't think this is, one that I would like to take on. I think I also have the benefit that the work that I do for work is a different type of art than the stuff that I do for myself or the stuff that I do here. So, doing art professionally, doing art as a career does not burn me out on doing just like drawing and illustration and whatever else. I only care if it looks cool. Sounds like an architect to a civil engineer. Poor architects, always having to bow to like civil codes. All that lame red tape. Just want to make a cool building. So unfair. Welcome back, Mondo. Classic Twitch mobile. Don't forget about the laws of physics. I try to. I would very much wish I could forget about the laws of physics. And then physics freaking evaporates my door like, guess again, fucko. Oh, is there more? Oh, shoot. You, I'm sorry. We were looking at it. You must have dropped out while we were... I have it right up here. It's very cool. I like it. I really like the rendering in the eyes. That's very colorful. And those very luscious lips, fuck. As you say, extremely ikemen. Yeah, I think architecture is very interesting. I love people that do like really cool landscapes and whatnot. I've never been much of an environment artist myself, but I do appreciate them. Sometimes I look at the imaginary landscape subreddit and think, code violations galore. OSHA got relegated to a sub basement on another planet. They don't get to talk. One of the things I've been trying to do, so I am bad about this. I need to get better at this. I feel like I have not been appreciating that much art. I see a lot of art on like a day-to-day basis. I'm in Discords, people have art channels, so I'll check art channels and I will see art that people are posting, and I will check Twitter and Blue Sky and I will see art that people are posting, but I am not appreciating it. I am not taking the time to really look at it and understand it and think about it and absorb it and claim its power for my own. It got a little dark. I feel like I need to spend more time doing that. I feel like that will help me overcome my art block a little bit, my funk of just sort of seeing what other people are coming up with and thinking, oh, that's really cool, I really like that. That's a really interesting concept, or just a really interesting approach to stuff, and just sort of explore new ways to go about an idea. Because I think it's really hard to evolve ideas or come up with new ideas or improve if you're just trying to do the same thing but do it harder, you know? When was the last time you left your home area for a period of time? Well, I traveled for the holidays. And that's about it. If we're talking like a really far distance for an extended period of time, not in years. Probably not since I moved here, frankly, because I had school, and then I was looking for work, and then I had work, and that has been me for a while. Yeah, New Horizons definitely would be a good idea. It's always a matter of actually, you know, finding the time and the ability to do it. But I agree. I agree in principle. I'm pretty sure if I tried to take an actual vacation, I would go stir crazy. I would need to take something at least to draw with. I was thinking perhaps at some point, it wouldn't be a long vacation, it would just be like an extended weekend and going out to a sort of nature area a few hours away, spending a few days out there. It's a very beautiful area, but I've never been. I would like to possibly get out and explore it some. Not really much of a camper, but I do like hiking. There we go. Okay, we're almost. I say almost. I don't think it's quite done, but it's getting close. We're definitely getting down to more of like a polished period. If you ever make your way out to Colorado, that would be fun. I'll let you know for sure. One place I would really like to visit is Iceland. Iceland looks really beautiful and really special. Would really love to get it to go out there. Ow. Hello, Gorilla. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week. Hope you're ready for the weekend. How you doing? It's good to see you. It's been a while. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now, before I forget again, we're gonna add the gridding to our waffle. Some VR chat? Nice. Hope you're having fun, getting some cool explorations in. My mom was telling me about their trip to Scotland. Ooh, Scotland would be fun too. Ireland and Scotland both would be really fun to visit. Would really like to get a chance. It's always really hard because if I have the chance to travel abroad, there are all these places that I would really like to go. And I have a friend in Italy that it would be nice to go visit. You know, I could crash at their place and then visit Italy. Would love to visit Ireland and Scotland. Different, I know, but both of them would be lovely to see. But then part of me just wants to go back to Japan. Because I really love Japan, and as much as I did spend time there, it's not like I got to see everything. So I'd really love to get to see more of the stuff that I didn't last time. I think if I did go to Japan, I would not tell them that I stream. It's a bit of a no-no nowadays. Okay, that looks pretty good. So next year is invited to it. Ooh, Thailand sounds fun. Thailand would be a cool visit. It's not as high on my list, but, you know, if I had the opportunity and someone were sending me out there, yeah, I would go. I think it would be fun just to kind of do a Euro trip. Maybe like Iceland, Scotland, Ireland, Denmark, Italy. Just kind of go around the whole... I wouldn't touch every country, but definitely, you know, hit up a few of them. I think would be a lot of fun. It's looking pretty good. Oh, missed one. Alright. No worries, Mondo. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. It's good to see ya. Hopefully we get to hang out more in the future. But I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a really good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, we've got a little bit more before I think we need to wind it up for tonight. I feel like probably not quite 100% done with this tonight. Might put a little more time in on Saturday. But once we do, yeah, hey, it's not a matter of effort. You don't gotta if you don't wanna, if it's not convenient. Whenever you can. We appreciate having you. There we go. I'm just gonna add these straps that are crisscrossing the other arm. I actually need to flip this back at some point. At some point. There we go. Cool. Alright, I like that. Just add a little bit of a cast shadow underneath the waffle. God, I haven't had waffles in ages. There's a brand of waffle that I really like to get, and I would get that all the time. And as far as I can tell, the brand stopped making them. They still make other stuff, but they just like gave up on their line of waffles, which really sucks. And I haven't found another brand that I like as much, so I'm kind of just I'm waffleless. I suppose I could get a waffle iron and make my own, even like pre-make some waffles and then heat them up. But that takes effort, and I don't know if I'm about that. And really, if I could just find like waffle mix, waffle batter to do that with, it probably wouldn't be too bad, in all honesty. I just haven't really tried or looked into it that much. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Got a little bit of a something right there. There we go. Hey, thank you for coming, Art Vader. Always happy to have you. Good to see you. I hope I hope school goes well for you. I hope the rest of the semester isn't too rough, and that you get those projects finished. Hang in there, Jim, you got it. I hope you have a really good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. It is getting down to that time where we're getting beyond the hours of the normal folk. We're getting into the degen hours. Thank you, Vader. I think I'll go. Okay, just need to figure out this frickin' not internet, computer bullshit. Finally put that to bed. And then everything will be better. Smooth that out a little bit. A couple more little messy odds and ends here to resolve, but nothing too bad. Right? You too, Vader. Good luck. More. There we go. Yeah, I got a couple more things I can try this weekend. We'll see if something gets cleared up. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna flip it over because I swear I'm gonna forget to otherwise before too much longer. Now let's do this. I want to bring this eye over a little bit. Maybe elevate slightly, scale it up, bring it over. No. Yeah. Good. That feels a bit better. I find there are times where I miss academia. I don't miss school. I don't miss having assignments and homework. I don't miss attendance. I don't miss the structure of being in school. But I do miss sort of the environment of focusing on learning, focusing on improving skills and learning new things, and being in a community of like-minded individuals who are also focused on those objectives. Because that part I enjoy very much. Being in the game industry, being embedded in an art team, there is some of that. But everyone is trying to complete tasks and make assets so much that there isn't really time during work to concern ourselves with like personal betterment or learning new things. Unless it is something that we have to learn specifically for getting a task done. It's not something that we can like put work time into. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to cough. So, sort of in that regard, it's like I do miss that part of school. I miss like my focus, my job, my objective is just to learn and to improve. And everything else, we'll figure that out. That said, I do sometimes still have school nightmares of like, I somehow forgot that I was in a class and I haven't done any of the work for it all semester and I'm going to fail. And I'm like in complete crisis mode of, oh, how do I not fail this class and get expelled and completely fuck everything up. It's like, was school traumatizing? I think school was kind of institutionalized trauma. Excuse me. That was really ugly. I'm sorry. So no, I would rather not go back to school if I don't have to. But I do miss the environment. I miss the focus. I don't actually know. Okay, so I think that the sort of shape of the eyelash goes like this. And then there's going to be one that sort of comes out like this. And then we might have a small one come out like so. Okay, and I haven't drawn the highlights of the eye yet just because we're still... The actual detailing of the eye is very minimal so far. I want to put a considerable deal more work into that before we sort of finalize it with the highlighting and such. So yeah, I think we're going to put some more work into this on Saturday just to finish it up, and then maybe we can start in on the next one. This does make me optimistic that we're actually going to hit some of the target dates as is relevant. this needs to be a little bit over. Let's just undo it. I was thinking about trying to transform and move it over, and it's like, no, it's not worth it. It's not worth the effort. Just redo it. It would be as much work to transform and clean it up as it would be to just redraw it. It's not that important. That's better. Okay, and then we're just gonna add a little bit, so this is just me being really particular about, you know, semblances of accurate anatomy. We're gonna add a little duct of the eye, like that. Which is not accurate to the model because most anime characters do not have it, but I like it. I find it helps give a more appealing overall shape to the eye and give some good definition. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna make it happen anyway. There we go. I think we will have to clean up this shape of the eye a little bit just to sort of bring everything in line, but it's pretty good where it's at. And then the other sort of nice thing that we can do by introducing the tear duct is the tear duct has this nice little like fold of skin that goes around it as well. So you get this nice little highlight shape that's very appealing, to me at least. And helps to sort of define the swoop of the face. Okay, yeah, so a little bit more cleanup on the face. And then we can do some more detailing in the hair. We do need to add her little leaf, her head leaf. It's very important. It is a key detail. We cannot leave it out. I think we'll save that for next time. Good. I think the ears need to be bigger. I think the ears just need to be a bit bigger and rounder. So we're going to do this. Kind of pull that shape up, pull that shape up, and pull this shape down. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Round that out a little bit. And then sort of on a similar vein, we're going to grab this one. Pull this back. Pull this up. You round out a little bit and you pull down. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. Good. Okay, so yeah, what do we still need to do? Let's make a list. So we need the leaf, the eyes. Can clean up the shirt a little bit. We need the hair detail. Nose. Face is looking overall pretty good, but we got a few things that we can still stand to clean up. But yeah, once we do those, I think we'll be in a good spot. So maybe another hour of work, give or take. Not too much. Not too much. There's one thing that I want to do, and we're going to do right now. Just because I know I'm going to, like, miss it otherwise. Well, not miss it, but just pretty quick fix. It's a mistake that I always make, that the side of the face is not being properly framed by the hair. So we're just going to bring the shape out more. Sort of sharpen that a teensy bit. There we go. Lava! Hello, Allie! Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good week so far. Hope you're ready for the weekend. How's Final Fantasy VII been going? I'm sorry I haven't been catching much of it, but I hope you're enjoying it. Let me do this for you. Some people are getting really fancy and they've got Autobots for this thing, and I don't. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's one of those games that I would like to get to at some point. I have no idea when that's gonna be, but I would really like to play them. But yes, I'm glad you're having a good time. I hope your week is going well. go. There we go. Yes, we're trying to draw a delicious hearty waffle in classic chomp fashion. I do want to work on sort of the connection point between the waffle and the mouth a little bit. Like, the idea is there, I just feel like it feels like it's just gonna fall out. Trying to reconcile taking my time and enjoying it with getting to the end as fast as possible so I don't get smacked in the face with spoilers. Yeah, that's definitely a risk. It's definitely something. And I don't actually know how Rebirth ends up going. So it has certainly been a bit of a thing with Invincible. I've been trying to catch up on that. And, you know, so much of it has been, like, memeified and just sort of churned into public consciousness that it's like, oh shit. Yeah, I could really go for some waffles. You think IHOP's still open? I think more than just like changing the position or the coverage of the waffle or anything, I just need to work on this lip a little bit more. Give it a bit more volume and definition, because right now it's just kind of a barrier, right? It's just a hard line where the face ends and the waffle begins. I need to put a little bit more into getting that lined up, feeling more natural. I can put maybe a little bit of a Cupid's bow. Sorry, little monkey. Okay, let me put that on the list of notes, and I think we'll hit that up next time. Because I think it's going to be more than a 30-second fix. There we go. Alright, so now we've got our to-do list. Shouldn't take us too long to finish up next time. But I think it is going to be some next time tasks. This is unfortunately getting late. As I said, we're getting into the degen hours. And as much as I wish I could enjoy them like I used to, I do have work tomorrow. I think it is about time that many of us were getting some rest. So I believe we shall call it there. Saturday, we shall...
Good job!
Thank you. Saturday, sorry, completely lost my train of thought for a second there. We'll be continuing to play through Hades. I figure we've got at least a few more runs to complete before the story finishes. We'll see. I'm really not sure at this point. And then we will finish this one up. We'll finish this particular portrait and start the next one. We shall start the next portrait. We got a whole set of these, so I figure this will be a fun sort of set of things to work through for a little while. Who do we want to read tonight? Who do we feel like saying hi to? Can I even? Next time, we finish the waffle. Master Chief, you mind explaining to me what you're doing at that table? Sir, finishing this waffle. And now we get to the part of the stream where I have choice paralysis for 15 minutes. And awkwardly try to fill the dead air while I decide who we're gonna raid. Huh. Well, let me ask you guys, would you guys like to go chill with some more art time? We've got some Helldivers, we've got some Liza P, we've got some XCOM. We've got some Monster Hunter. Yeah, there are. I wish I could raid like 5 people at once. I wish I could show love and support to all the streamers that I want to. And the fact that I can only choose 3 people to raid a week really sucks. I try to remember, like, okay, have I rated this person recently? Because if I have, then you should try and spread it around to other people. And it's like, I don't know. Okay. Let me just check one other person, see what's going on there. Okay, I think we'll do that another time, and then wheels there. Okay. Alright, I've almost got it. I'm almost decided. Hang in there, chat. We're almost ready. Watching movies feels so much more personal than just watching shows or movies. I think so too. I think it's a big part of why I tend not to watch VODs. Like, I'll watch a VOD if there's something that I really want to catch up on in terms of like what they were doing or what they were playing. But a big part of it for me is actually, getting to be there with the streamer and with the chat and do stuff with them. And if I'm not able to, like, even though I'm typically lurking most of the time, if I'm not able to like be actively a part of it, it doesn't have the same feeling or the same impact. Okay. I think okay, chat. 1 or 2. 1 or 2. We've got it narrowed down. 1 or 2. One. Alright, going once. Going twice. Alright. We're gonna go say hi to TT. TT is cutting up some art. She's got an animation, or she's got an art piece she's cutting up to do some like looping. I think she does After Effects, but you know, a nice little animation loop graphic type of work. So we're gonna go say hi to TT and wish her well on that. We'll keep the art train going. We're gonna do a waffle raid tonight. So grab your raid message for spamming purposes. And let's get that raid bustle rolling. Thank you for waiting while I decided. And thank you guys for hanging out for the stream. Like I was saying, I really enjoy getting to spend time with everybody and chat about stuff and be nerds about stuff. I enjoy getting to share the art process with you and just have it be a place where we can hang out and vibe and be chill and just relax for a little bit, you know? And I appreciate that you guys want to be here. I hope everybody has a really good rest and a really good Friday, good end to the week, and a good start to the weekend. And yeah, I hope you guys have something exciting, something fun planned, and that the plans do go well. Even if the plans are just, I want to relax and not do anything, I hope you get the opportunity to do that. I'm glad you guys like the art. We'll finish it up on Saturday. The whole point is to be fairly speedy with these. I do think we made just an insane amount of progress tonight, so I'm really happy about that. But I'll see you guys all then. But until then, as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job, and I'm really proud of you. And I really appreciate you. So thank you guys. Take care. Say hi to TT. Bye. Bye.